și cu sneul. Da. Lectura 2 a fost o componere despre zâna lacului, sentiment, fluier magic, care imediat m-am gândit cum l-a invocat Aladin duh cu o lampă fermecată. Faptul că ești într-un cerc de lectură și prezinți eroul tău preferat. Nu.
Elizabeth.
Da. Da. Nicăieri. S-a trezit profesoara să ne trimită cu o zi înainte. S-a trezit așa. Și după n-am dezvoltat unele idei. Trimită cu o zi înainte și o comentariu. Care? Acela cu liricul. Da. Da. Am luat 8 la el.
Eu nu te mai povedea, nu știu ce faci tu.
Nu, deși atent, mă votați, deci o votați pe Liza și apoi a zis că o votați pe Liza și apoi mă votați pe mine. Ce-i greu? Da, eu putea face 50-50. Nu, deși atent, mă votați, deci o votați pe Liza.
Ce să Allow me to come with you.
Intră în loc.
Da.
Păi cum că ești pe Google?
Deschide pe Google.
Pe WhatsApp. La? La, că am înțeles la.
Dar acum ce bani? Nu, încolo de treabă. Bun. Mă scuzați. Trece. Trec. Hai. Elcilor.
Elcilor. Nu știu ce m-a publicat.
Elci.
Ai,
Ui la
ce
asta
sunt?
cum stă în mijlocul drumului.
Tu ești încă pe
Ui la
AFK
el.
mod? Bă, nu, acum te-ai băgat într-un meci.
Nu sunt.
Am văzut.
Ești pe joc?
Mm-mm.
Nu ești.
Nu, bă, dungeon.
Ei,
Intră
nici
pe-
ce fac.
Intră pe BR1 și intră pe... Păi ăla e pe sim, gata. Asta era tot. Și intră și pe apelul Amurița Mira, ok?
Că
Ce? Bă, m-am prins. E normal, bă, tu nu știi cu cine vorbești aici. Hop! Ce? Ce? 35? A, păi vezi că am băgat 35 de Robux.
Hey guys. What should we consider to be the base of MOP? I guess these 6 environments,
N-word speedrun world record.
You stupid.
They're not.
What's 9 plus 10?
Hey, yo, the pizza here. Hey, yo, the pizza here.
What's 9 plus 10?
Hey, yo, the pizza here. Hey, yo, the pizza here.
Now. Yes. Hey, dog, get some ice cream? Hey, dog, get some ice cream? Only a spoon. Hey, dog, get some ice cream?
Nope.
Back at it again at Krispy Kreme.
So small balloons might be cute, but they are mighty. You can't bully me around, big guy. Take it, take it.
Oh!
You can't bully me around, big guy. Take it, take it.
Oh, shit! A rat! This is how you eat a Big Mac, nigga.
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
Hey, let me get a minute. Hey, let me get one too.
Hey, let me hold him.
Yeah, you get that right there. What the dog doing?
Isso, mano. Um homem que namora, mano.
You can push my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagine.
No, that's my image of white.
No, honestly, champagne.
What's the best way to defend yourself against a bear in the wild?
All right, nerd. You called me out here. Now tell me what you want. You want me to teach you how to be cool like me? That's a tall order. What's in it for me? Go on, answer me, nerd. Or I'm gonna... Yeah, right. I'm going back to my crib. You better not follow me again. Or else... You want me to teach you how to be cool like me? That's a tall order. What's in it for me? Go on, answer me, nerd. Or I'm gonna... Yeah, right. I'm going back to my crib. You better not follow me again. Or else... Alright, nerd. Alright, nerd. You called me out here. Now tell me what you want. You want me to teach you how to be cool like me? That's a tall order. What's in it for me? Go on, answer me, nerd. Or I'm gonna... Yeah, right. I'm going back to my crib. You better not follow... Or I'm gonna... Yeah, right. I'm going back to my... Go on, answer me, nerd. Or I'm gonna... Yeah, right. I'm going back to my crib. You better not follow me again. I'm gonna... Alright, nerd. You called me out here. Now tell me what you want. You want me to teach you how to be cool like me? That's a tall order. What's in it for me? Tall order. me out here? Now tell me what you want. Alright, nerd. You called me out here? Now tell me what you want. Alright, nerd. You called me out here? Now tell me what you want. You want me to teach you how to be cool like me? That's a tall order. What's in it for me? Go on, answer me, nerd, or I'm gonna... Yeah, right. I'm going back to my crib. You better not follow me again, or else...
Wait. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. I'm one photogenic short.
Do you know of the stuff?
No, I've used every...
You've used every... What you out
Dude,
of?
I used 185 pogs to make these. I know, right?
GG.
I know, right? We're one short. I did the maths. What do you mean?
He did the maths.
I did the maths.
Bro.
What have I fucked up on here?
Bro, you got turned down by 20% for that.
Wait, did
That
I?
was a minus 20%.
Was that loud?
That was very loud.
Sorry,
We did the maths. That's a minus 20%.
No,
for me.
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying
That's
to be
another
quiet.
minus 5.
No.
I'm audio balancing on the fly.
No.
No. Can I just... Does that work? Oh, that kind of glorped it, but that's actually kind of hot. So wait, what are you missing? Can I sell you the rest?
Yeah, you probably could sell it to me, to be fair.
There's also no fun in that. Can you not chuck things out of your computer?
What do you mean?
I wish you could chuck things out of the PC.
You can. Oh no, not the
can't.
refined. You can with AE. That's why I changed.
Oh, can you? Wait, that's actually kind of a huge change.
Yeah,
honestly.
dude, it's so worth. It's actually so worth. And you've seen all the cool shit you can do with it.
Yeah, I've never actually done it.
Yeah, I did AE1, but I've never done AE2. It's my first time. I'm learning on the fly.
Kind of good.
It's fun. I tell you what, it is fun.
The spatial computing stuff seems like a massive boon to it as well.
I know, and it's interesting, and also it's a good use for energy as well. Like I said, it's 50 million RF every time I want to load that thing.
A lot of people have also been saying in my chat it's very good because you can put it on a train.
You can put it on a train.
Just worth noting. Just thought that was an interesting.
Yeah,
point to
no,
note.
a bit of a weird thing to just but okay.
I don't know. It just felt like an important thing to remind you of.
No,
that you can go on a train.
no. Well, I mean, thanks for reminding me. I mean, that's very kind, but yeah.
Humble of me.
No. You're, and you know what? You're a really humble guy, and I appreciate that about you.
Thank you. Humble.
Stay humble.
Staying humble. Talking about the train. Praying for the train. Thinking about the train every day. Hoping one day the train will exist.
Dude, the train will always forever be in your heart.
It will be in my brain because it won't be on the server.
Your heart is powerful.
It's never gonna. Just say it. Just say it, Tubbo. Just say it. You're letting me down.
I would never dream of it. Oh my god! If I just crashed, I think I've just bricked. Wait. Okay, no, I'm back.
We good.
We good.
Mate, making new storage for this was actually just so chill. I can now store up to 8 times. I can store 2 million items in this backpack in each slot. It's good.
How many million items in each slot?
2.3, 2.2
million items
in
each slot.
Yeah, I've got 400,000 deep slate nearly.
Fuck, dude. That's crazy.
We can't compress them, so they're just gonna have to live like that.
That is fucking crazy, by the way.
That's a lot of deep slate when you
wait. Draw controllers don't connect diagonally, do they? They have to be the faces.
No, you have to. You can use trim though. Remember?
Yeah, no, I know. I didn't want them to connect. I didn't want them to connect.
No, they don't connect diagonally.
Sick.
What's this stack?
Huh?
Oh, is this what comes out?
Yeah, of each phytogenic.
I like this like a graph. It's like a physical graph.
It's cool, right? Isn't it?
I mean,
yeah, I like it.
Yeah, where's the? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was checking when you've done beetroot. That wait, where's the? Oh, you're missing one, I guess, for
Wither Rose. It's the only one I'm missing. And I guess
wait,
I don't.
Where's it gone? Wait.
No,
wait,
as in like I
you
didn't make a phytogenic for it, and I don't have a Wither Rose.
That's kind of perfect then. Fuck it. Slap it down in the end.
Yeah.
And we could just you literally could just spawn the wither with that egg. I have an egg as well, actually. Actually, I might have 2 eggs. You might as well just literally use an egg, just place as wither in the world, get it to blow up something, and then you
first I need to figure out how to craft dirt. Not even kidding. That's actually what I need to do. Okay,
yeah,
you can, biomass, you can turn sand into dirt. Cool. Okay.
Yeah. And you get sand from crushing stuff, right?
You guys, yeah, you do. Yeah,
you just
gravel.
crush down the gravel.
Yeah.
Cobble, gravel, done.
Yup. You get it. You get it.
You should do the mining laser though. You should do the mining laser getting you the cobble.
No, I'll use
such a funny
the
start.
igneous extruder.
What the fuck is an igneous extruder?
You just wouldn't fucking get it, bro. It's fine.
I just made fucking.
Dude, you all you know is glorp this, glorp that, and bro.
It's just giant fucking glorp factory. That's all you're good for.
You just don't even know what the fuck you're doing half the time, and it's okay.
I'm clicking buttons.
You're fucking clicking buttons, bro.
I'm clicking buttons and I'm having a good time.
No, and
I'm not mad about it.
For that, you're epic.
Oh, I know. I turned my back. I thought you'd just somehow yoinked all my chromatic iron while
I did. I do that.
Went to my
I do that from time to time.
As I'm mining you more chromatic iron, you just yoink all of my chromatic iron as well. That is fucked.
All in a day's work, Pookie Bear. All in a day's work.
That's fucked. I might go run a vault. It's vault 1 season.
Dude, would you like to do a crazy fucking living?
Oh.
Because I'm thinking I just full send to automatic genius.
I'm kind of surprised you're doing this before you've done that, honestly.
Why?
Feels like it'd be a lot less hassle. Just to set up auto crafting for all this crap.
I don't need to set up auto crafting for all this crap. It's easy. Dude,
like
the thing you complain when you complain about the crafting glorp, I just don't get it at all. I just don't have that as an issue ever.
Yeah, but it's all the little like components for AE and refine.
But like it's just like muscle memory for me. I just click it and I just remember the recipes.
You still enjoy clicking after months of playing.
It's like it takes me like half a second.
You just build dippily. Okay.
I try my best to be built dippily.
It's pretty nice. Nice for you. Not nice for me. Just clicking still. I can run a big living. I'm kind of game for that.
Okay. If we want to do this...
How big?
How big? Well, I can put 8 living catalysts on a single crystal and a bonus living catalyst on a crystal. But what I'm thinking is... Okay, hear me out. What I'm thinking is...
Both my bonus catalysts
what I'm thinking is we craft a load of mushroom inscriptions, honestly. Omega rooms.
I was thinking that as well.
Mushroom inscriptions, and we go in with, we don't spawn any mobs, and we go in with our highest X living as possible with no bonus living, and then what do you think?
Well, we could bring bonus from companions.
Nah, bonus doesn't exist in Omega rooms.
Well, no, but we get it in the rooms on the way.
But I'm saying what we should do is if we use all of our highest livings, yeah? We use all of our highest livings, and when we do these Omega rooms, so we have like 4 Omega rooms with like 20x living, and then we finish that vault just like that, and then we do one with all the bonus livings, and we do like 5x bonus living.
Drew.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that does work. Highest I have is 2x. I somehow don't have a 3x living.
Really?
Rug. Yeah, I don't have anything higher than 2x. I'm mind blown.
Damn.
Kind of got kicked. Have you got a big one?
Yeah, I got 3x.
It would be tasty.
Oh my god, no, I have a 5x.
You got a 5x
I got a 5x living, and it's my moderator. That's crazy! That's crazy!
What the fuck? Yeah, that's what we want to do, to be honest. The 5x with the living mushroom. How many inscription pieces you got? Have you got many?
Have a look. Oh my god, the server's fucking died.
Yeah, server just died. You can scrap your shitty inscriptions for more pieces. So I just scrapped all my factory dream ones and all my village dream ones.
Yeah, and also I'd probably scrap. How do you scrap them?
Put them in the gear scrapper.
What's the gear scrapper? Oh, the vault recycler.
The vault recycler. Yeah. You just bang them in there. And
oh my god, it gives so many inscription pieces. Okay.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's really good. Just bin the ones you don't care about, which is basically everyone, and then just chill them.
Destroy though. What are we competing in PvC Heroes? I don't think so. In a fight, maybe. I also don't think so. I've never imagined fighting my past self from 2016. Let's say I would get into a physical altercation with myself from 2016. Who would win? I don't know, man. All right, Starch Paradise. You need Imitator. Imitator 16. Who would win? I don't know, man. All right, Starch Paradise. You need Imitator. Imitator is the obvious card for this deck. So run Imitator. Get rid of Potato Miami. Any of this crap, man. Imitator Starch Lord. That's a deck. You want to see my version of that? Look on YouTube. Paper Dolly is last. Dee da 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 da. Dee da 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 da. Dee da 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 da. Dee da 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 da. Hello. I'm gonna do a short video today. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da dun dun dun. Now actually good balance changes. That's a day. You want to see my version of that? Look on YouTube. Paper Dolly is last. Damn, he definitely would want to hit you. My past self would want to punch my current self in the face. Why? I feel like my past self would want to have a lot of questions for my current self, a lot of advice. I wish I knew someone who was a similar personality to me, but like 15 to 20 years older. So I could just ask them some questions of how to navigate being a nonconformist in this crazy, stupid internet, social media driven world, man. I got a lot of questions to ask my future self right now. I wish I could. I would travel in the future. The only place I would go is in 20 years and ask myself a lot of questions. The old one would have an advantage because he could pull on my beard. I don't know, man. OG fry. Fine, I'll do it myself. What is this? What do you mean fine, I'll do it myself? What does that mean? What did it even mean? Why are we... So it's a teleport aggro deck into Trickster. I feel like you need a little bit more tricks here, though. Maybe instead of the Trapper territories. What is the point of the Abracadabra at that point, though? To mean they put minions in front of your aggro and then it kills them for free. Maybe that would work. This is interesting. Maybe... Oh, you're running teleportation? Yeah, probably just like some fruitcakes instead of the trappers. Probably win some games with this day. It'll be an extra trick at that point. So. Definitely need some fruitcakes in this deck, though. All right, guys. Ask me, I'm Sigma. Right, how tall are you? I'm exactly 6 feet on the dot. I would just ask myself about what I would ask myself would be like, wow, so you're still streaming PvZ Heroes? I can't believe the pop cap stayed with the game so long. I would be so surprised in 2016 to hear that I'm still doing the same exact game in 2024. Man, PopCap really showed some commitment and devotion to this game. Like, really impressive. How many sets are there? Well, you guys get like what? Like, monthly? I mean, it's 8 years. You guys get like monthly updates or something, right? At least like, 3 or 4 a year or something. No. We haven't gotten checked. I hope this theoretical. I have some stuff to tell you guys about it. I'm gonna make a video about that soon. It has come to my attention that my NDA has expired, so I'm gonna talk about exactly what happened 4 years ago. I'll do that in a separate day, man. I don't have energy to rant about that. I'll do that tomorrow, maybe. I'm just gonna rant about it now. Yeah, I'll see you guys probably tomorrow for that. I got some juicy for you guys though. Probably has 6 feet. These Europeans, they don't even know what us Americans are talking about. They don't even know what we're talking about. And it doesn't make sense, so it's good they don't know. PvZ Heroes, my beloved. Welcome, Churro. What restaurants or fast food is your favorite fries? I hate fast food. I didn't grow up eating it, and I don't have the stomach for it, and it's honestly just cooking oil. I can't stand that shit. I don't like cooking oil. It makes me feel like crap. Anyway, guys. The truth of the matter is, I couldn't understand why all these other guys, Sushi and Tryhard, were talking about. I'm like, dude, you want to get sued? But then I took a look on. I was watching a Red Hat. I'll tell you guys about this tomorrow. But it's come to my attention that I'm actually able to talk about this stuff now. We'll do that maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna not talk about it now, so it's fresh. I want to have like a proper rant. We'll do that a different day though. It's late. It's 9 o'clock. What age are you? 30. Just turned 36. About a month ago. Yeah, man. Wow, did Nightbot delete the bit spam because it's stop spamming words and phrases? Nah, that's some BS. I'm sorry about that, BJ, because you're just spamming bits. I have to make it some kind of exemption or something. That's crazy that got deleted. Can I, like, allow? Does Nightbot have machine learning? Do the Discord invites via fries last forever? Can you keep them to give to someone later? So some expire never and some expire after 1 day. Your fries don't go anywhere though, so you might as well just save the fries. I don't plan on like making it more expensive to make a Discord invite. I have no plans on that. I haven't even considered it. I would say save the fries. Usually the ones I create, Discord invites are weird because the first one I create is usually never expired, and then the second one expires after 7 days. Just because if you try to create 2 that expire never, they're the same link and it only works once. Discord invites are it's amazing for one of the biggest like messaging apps and communities in the entire world, Discord, how their actual invite system is so primitive. It's so problematic. Anyway. Brian, what's your least favorite card in all PvZ Heroes? Starchlord, obviously. Didn't you watch the stream today? Alright, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Hey guys, let's see if we're live here. Live on YouTube. Should be good to go, good to go. Let's make sure it's not delay. Oh, looks like we're good. Oh, there should not be chat on the screen here. But I will be able to see the chat. Well, maybe not while I'm doing the actual presentation, but before and after I can totally see you guys. Happy birthday, Hovermelon. Thank you, Foxify. 18 months, that's what I'm talking about. Welcome, everybody. Yep, so I made some custom cards for you guys today. I'm really, really excited to show you guys these. Watching this with my dog. I hope he enjoys. Really, just for your dog's sake. I really hope he's happy. I hope he thinks the cards I suggest are balanced. There's no, like, cat cards, so, you know, it's just monkeys. Sentry Gun is a token, yep. That's good. I forgot that was... I need to mention that. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's a token. It won't be a normal card in the game. All right, guys. Just the Sentry Gun tastes good. Thank you, Masterra. Welcome to Twitch. All right, guys. I don't got time. Oh my gosh, it's 7:07. I gotta get through this. There's a lot of explanations. This is not going to be a short video because I'm not just going to be talking about cards. I'm going to be adding a lot of other things to the game, like keywords and mechanics and stuff like that. All right, guys. No, I worked really hard on balancing them too. Let's just hop right into it here. Let's just hop right into it. No, I'm not trying to get hired. I'm just making content. This is something I asked from the community, so on behalf of this segment of the Balloons community, this is going to be some things that we really work together. This is a group effort. There are some that are really quoted from people if I took the idea. That's the first one I made myself. All right, guys. I love Engineer. It's my favorite monkey in Balloons TD6. So I had to make an Engineer, and I wanted to make it really spicy like this. I worked really, really, really hard on these. All right, guys. What's going on, everybody? This is Fry. So today, after there were literally hundreds of your card ideas posted in the comment section of my last video, I read through as many as I could. I got a lot of inspiration from a lot of different places, and I'm happy to present to you 6 finalized cards that I would like to formally suggest that be added to the game. I worked really hard on these, both in terms of the abilities and making sure that they are balanced. So let's just hop right in here. This is going to be starting with Engineer, which is one of my favorite monkeys in BTD6. So Engineer is going to be a 3-cost. 20 damage. It'll have the same, basically stats of Dart Monkey that only costs 1. This will be doing 20 damage, 1 shot, 1 reload, but its ability is going to be start of turn, create a Sentry Gun in hand, and you can see right here, this is the Sentry Gun. This will be a token card. I don't want this to be a card that you can include in your deck. The only way to obtain Sentry Guns is going to be through Engineer. Now, in the comment section of the last video, I did see a lot of people trying to make Engineer be a card that creates monkeys. Like it'll create, let's say, either in a different monkey slot above or below it, it'll make like the Sentry Gun, and Sentry Gun will act as a monkey that can be manually, target balloons every single turn. I really want to stay away from that idea. Like it'll create, let's say, either in a different monkey slot above or below it, it'll make like the sentry gun, and sentry gun will act as a monkey that can be manually, you know, target balloons every single turn. I really want to stay away from that idea with engineer for a number of reasons. First of all, engineer is not going to be very compatible with other monkeys or even with another engineer if it's filling up your monkey slots that much. Like, even if you have like an engineer, you know, it's going to very quickly fill up sentry guns, the other monkeys. Like, even let's say you have a second engineer in your hand, you can't ever play two engineers in the same game. There's just not going to be any value in the second one, because the first one's going to fill up a slot, and then you play the second one, they're going to fill up the remaining two slots. That's 5, and it's just not going to be doing anything. I really think the option for engineer, the sentry gun that it's making, needs to be a power card. Simple, 1 gold, it does 30 damage that turn, and this is going to be, engineer's a card that will be creating cards in your hand, these power cards in your hand every single turn. So engineer would sort of be a card draw card. I also played around with the idea of there being like sub monkeys, like the engineer, like around him he'll have turrets, and it really won't count as a whole monkey, one of the 5 monkey slots. I really don't think that that is a great idea too. It's just going to make the game way too complicated, both visually and also technically. You're going to have to be, you know, keeping track of how many turrets it has, and that's going to be affecting the amount of damage that it does. It doesn't really make sense that much for me. Also, the reason why I don't want engineer making other monkeys is because as the game goes by, like, yeah, you could take bigger monkeys, more expensive ones, and start covering the sentry guns. I just feel like the engineer runs at a value. This way, it's a 3 cost, it's just absorbing 1 monkey slot, nothing complicated, and it's just going to be giving you this extra sentry gun card every single turn. Now, this is a 3 cost card that does 50 potential damage every single turn, which is a ton for a 3 cost card, but the difference is you're going to have to be spending that 1 gold every single time you play your sentry gun. So it's a powerful card that is sort of absorbing and, you know, draining your resources as you're getting that big value. Otherwise, it's a very underpowered card at 3 cost, doing only 20 damage per turn. The other thing that this can create is discard mechanics. Like, if you know about games like Legends of Runeterra, the PNZ class has a lot of cards that make you, when you play it, you got to discard a card from your hand. Or if you discard cards, the cards become more powerful. In future sets, the engineer card, besides for having its own value, can end up being the engine or one of the engines of discard synergy decks. Since it's gaining all these free sentry guns, instead of playing these and spending your gold on them, they can just be the cards that you're discarding in order to sort of create that genre of deck, which I think is a very fun thing that they could potentially add to Bloons Card Storm in future sets. The other thing I would also like, just as a last point, is keywords, just to sort of simplify the text on cards. Start of turn seems like a very good keyword that can work with a lot of different monkeys and balloons. And then also the word create would be a keyword, and both of these keywords, if you would hover over the text, put your mouse, let's say while you're playing, either or long press if you're playing on mobile, then it will sort of explain start of turn means the start of your turn, not the start of every single person's turn. Just the way I like, there's going to be even more keywords I'm going to suggest, just to sort of simplify the text of the cards, that you're not reading, you know, 3 or 4 lines of text. It'll definitely make it easier for beginner players, and also just visually be a lot better. The thing I could see engineer also, and I'm not counting this as an entire card I'm suggesting, but I could see the upgraded version of engineer being something like sentry expert, that this would be creating, instead of the regular gun turret, the sentry gun in your hand every turn, this would be creating some kind of specialized sentry, kind of like in BTD6, where the different types of turrets that Sentry Expert creates are based on what your needs are. So you could have something, a crushing turret, boom turret, cold energy. It could be creating one of those in your hand at random. So it also, again, would be one of these discard mechanic cards, but also those cards would have special abilities, power cards also, but they're not just going to be doing damage. They're going to do something to the balloons that they affect. I haven't really worked on creating what the crushing turret and the boom turret and the cold energy actually do, what those abilities are. I feel like I have to see more of the game and see really what are the threats that kind of need an answer, and then those we would basically then make the Crushing Boom Golden Energy be sort of the answer to those cards. So I'm really just going to leave that part of it for later after I actually see more of the cards that are be coming out both in the pre-alpha and when the game is actually released. All right, moving along to the next card is Balloon Trap. Speaking of other engineer, upgrades. So this is a card that I really liked also in BTD6. And this is a 5 cost, it's a power, and it's destroy a random enemy balloon and gain 2 gold. And I really, really like how this ability with Balloon Trap not only fits the lore, it really fits very well with what Balloon Trap did in BTD6, how it's sort of like a trap, it's on the board, it's not targeting anything, it's just basically eating the first, balloon that comes into it, and it also then, once it traps it, it gives you gold. So it fits both in terms of what Balloon Trap is in BTD6, but also it really fits in a card game. The play style of this card, I'll tell you what's with Balloon Trap. Balloon Trap is going to be, since you're netting, you're paying 5 and you're getting back 2. So what's the point? Why not make this card cost 3? I have a really good explanation for that. It fits really well. The way Balloon Trap of destroying a random balloon would be overpowered is if you could spend a lot of your gold already that turn destroying every little red balloon, every little, 30, 40 health balloon on their side of the field, and then you're just left with that one big BFB that has, 500 health, and this is going to just be doing 500 damage then. You want to prevent people from doing that too easily by making them have to still have 5 gold in order to play Balloon Trap. But you again don't want it to be too expensive, so that's why you're gaining the 2 gold back, because at the end of the day, if you just play this onto a random board with a bunch of balloons, this is just gonna, do an average of 60, 70 damage, something like that. So again, if you're spending all your money on popping the small balloons, you won't have the 5 left. So if you either have a ton of gold, you're able to do that play of popping everything small, and that's fine. And then this will be a very efficient card. Otherwise, you're sort of just going to be playing this for 3 costs and just throwing it out there and not getting the full value out of the card. So it really does work, again, doubly in terms of the lore and how it would fit into the play style of a card game. Going to move on to the next balloon, and this is Camo. Now, the devs have talked a lot in the dev diaries how they've been trying to make camo balloons work in this game. I think the idea they had was to make to make camo balloons only be able to be targeted by Defender. Remember, Defender's like the tax shooter, where some of the monkeys are going to have abilities when balloons are coming in during the attack phase that then they're going to be able to target them. And they really didn't like that for very good reason, because then you have to run Defenders in your deck or else there's no way to deal with camo. I really want to take camo and make it exactly the opposite, that you're able to target camo manually with your monkeys during your turn, and these are going to be cards that target Defender. I got this idea from Void LB on Twitch during the Twitch stream. So let me explain exactly what the purpose of this card is going to be like. What's the point of having a balloon that doesn't get hit by Defenders? Defenders, again, are going to be very good against, like, pink balloons are coming in, or quick ready. It seems like there are going to be a significant amount of Defenders in the game. That's just the impression that the devs have given so far, not just the tax shooter. The point of the yellow camo balloon will be able to play as a finisher in the game precisely while the opponent's monkeys are reloading. Like, obviously, they'll have some smaller monkeys that only have a reload of 1, but while they have the big ones, during that sort of off turn, then you can spam the yellow camo balloon. And that's why I think it's really important for it to have only a 1 delay before it attacks, so you're able to really sneak it in there and take advantage of the reloading ones, and then you have the Defenders on the board who are kind of just waiting for an attack, and those aren't going to be able to defend against the camo balloons either. I went with like yellow camo balloon, giving this similar stats to the yellow balloon, which has 145 health. I made this cost 1 more and only have 125 health, while it's going to have the ability camo. Camo I'd like to be just a keyword. So what this card would say, it wouldn't have Defender, but it wouldn't have any of the parentheses there. It would literally just be camo. And if you hover over camo, the text in the parentheses is what then would appear on the screen, that a Defender ability cannot target this card. So I really think it's also important for this card to cost exactly 4 and to also have the 3 copies, because just like in BTD6, the one camo balloon, you know, is not going to be a huge problem unless you have absolutely nothing to deal with it. The problem is you have a bunch of camo balloons. And, you know, they're going to be working together, and you're only going to be able to pop some of them, and the rest of them are going to be leaking and doing damage to your face. So having a few of these, and when it comes to a card game, having a few of these to play, like you have 8 golds or even 12 gold, and you're just playing like bam, 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 yellow, 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 and all of the opponent's monkeys are reloading, that's sort of how you're going to be able to use this as a finisher. If you play 8 gold, again, this is going to be doing 250 damage, which will really finish off opponents. It really will be able to add this strong mechanic of, again, taking advantage of reloading monkeys on the other side. So we're going to move on to the next idea here, which is Glaive Ricochet. So this original sort of idea I got from Halloween Nowie on Twitch. So Glaive Ricochet would be bounced to. This sort of would end up being an upgraded card from the Boomerang, just like in BTD6. So what the keyword bounce, and this I think is a really smart way to sort of set up how these cards work, is just make a keyword called bounce. Bounce means every single time it bounces, the damage is going to be cut in half and then being applied to the next balloon in the sequence after the one that you targeted. What Boomerang would then say, instead of 25 damage and 15 to the next one, Boomerang would just say bounce 1, and then Glaive Ricochet doing 60 damage would be bounce 2. The user on Twitch, Astros, came up with the idea of bounce of, instead of making a set amount of damage like Boomerang does 25 to the first one and 15 to the next one, instead of there being that set amount of damage, make it a percentage, make it half. And what you could do at that point in the game is let monkey buffs, if you're adding power to your monkeys, let's say Gwen's passive that adds a little bit of extra power to your monkeys, you can actually have it affect the secondary damage as well. The problem with the way Boomerang is sort of set up is that if you add 5 damage to the base damage, and then now the on attack is doing 20, or if you had, it just scales too quickly. But if you make it a percentage of a clear half, then you know, if you're at the amount that you're scaling the base damage, the secondary damage is only going to be scaled half as much. And when it comes to bounce 2, in the case of Ricochet, so it's going to do 60 damage to the first one, 30 to the second one, and then to the third one it's going to be 15. It halves every time. So then if you add, let's say, you know, 10 damage to the to Glaive Ricochet, so now it's going to do 70, and now instead of 30 it's going to do 35. It's only half amount, and then the other one would be half of that, 18 and a half. Or 17 and a half. So whether you round up, round down, it doesn't matter. The devs can decide that. I think this would be first of all, very fun card, like, you know, Ricochet, like it's bounce, bounce, bounce. They could make this visually very appealing in terms of how the bounces work, especially again with the Glaive Ricochet, the 3 bounce. But also, I think there is something fun about finding ways to buff your AoE damage. And to affect the second abilities as well without them scaling too much. And this really does sort of solve that thing by making bounce at a set amount of damage, make it exactly half across the board, and then you can apply this to as many different monkeys in the game as you want. Now, I know what probably a lot of you are thinking, so Glaive Ricochet would be a 6-cost card that is doing base damage, is going to be doing 60 and 30 and 15, which is a total of 105. And it's going to be attacking every single turn. So when you compare that, let's say, to Super Monkey is only doing an average of 75 per turn, it seems like this for a 6-cost card is really doing a lot. The real card you need to compare this to, though, is Triple Shot. Triple Shot does an insane amount of damage maximum for its cost, 3 costs, and it's doing 60 per turn. You know, but the reason is because it's spread across 3 balloons. In order to get that full 60 damage, you need there to be 3 balloons on the board. Otherwise, you know, 2 balloons is cut down to 40, and if there's 1 balloon on the board, it's 20 damage, which is absolutely useless. And Glaive Ricochet is definitely going to be sort of suffering from that same you know, from that same problem is that it can only get the full 105 damage when there's 3 balloons on the board. If there's only 1 balloon on the board, it's a 6 cost doing 60 damage. Maybe this can be nerfed down to 50 damage if this is really too much, but like it's really going to end up, you know, again, triple shots doing 60 to 3. This one's doing 105 to 3. It costs twice as much. It's not even doing the full 120, like twice as much damage as triple shot. So it could be that this would really, you know, end up being balanced because it needs to be seeing several balloons in order to get that full damage. Even if like the first balloon, they have 3 balloons in a row, and the first balloon only has 30 health, so that's going to be 30 damage just off of the base of glaive ricochets. It's just going to be losing 30 damage, you know, just right there. All right, let's move on to the next card over here, which is Banana Storm. Here's a card I made up. And this is going to be, I like the idea there's going to be storm cards in the game. We already saw like Firestorm and Red Balloon Storm and Storm of Arrows. You know, it's Balloons Card Storm. I want there to be a lot of different types of storms. Banana Storm could be a, okay, so here's Banana Storm. 0 cost and both players gain 4 gold. So it's almost like a cast drop that is doubly as good, but also has a huge penalty that your opponent is gaining the 4 gold. So this is not going to really be a ramp card. Since it's giving you 4 gold, you can spend, your opponent's going to have 4 gold also the next turn. This really won't be that effective as an early game ramping up to something, unless you have something really good to ramp to, like, you know, a banana farm, like some economy card, something that's, you know, going to be really, really good to develop, and you don't think your opponent will be able to spend the gold as efficiently. What I really see Banana Storm being is a finisher card. Like, you need 4 more gold in order to do a huge combo. You have a couple quick readies in your hand, you have just some combos, some like a big OTK, like a 1-turn kill, and you need some extra gold to do it, so you can actually play Banana Storm and then play those cards in succession. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, then your opponent has the 4 gold like you do the next turn. You're also down a card since you played Banana Storm, and that will give your opponent then an advantage. I could also see, again, the Storm cards being a tribe in this game, and maybe you can have even some of the late game wizard, you know, like magic user cards, and one of their abilities can be each turn create a random storm card in hand, or, you know, just whenever this attacks, it automatically plays a random storm. We also got the idea from a lot of people of Glue Storm, which would be an expensive power that will basically add 1 delay to every single balloon on the board, so that could also end up being one of the cards in the Storm tribe. All right, we'll move on to the next card here. Just like Firestorm would be one of the cards again in the Storm tribe, like we've seen already. And we're going to move on to the last card, and this is one I really, really liked. This was more or less based on the card that Rocket Guy did suggest in the YouTube comments of the last video. The idea of Wizard Monkey is that it feels like it just has a bag of tricks, that every single time it's attacking, it's like casting a different spell. Let me try to break it down for you. So, ammo 3, so this is a card that anyway has 3 ammo. It's shooting 3 times per turn. Ammo 3 means when that says 3, so its first shot is going to be large caliber. When ammo 2, so meaning when the second shot, is going to give burn 10, and then the last shot, when you only have 1 ammo, it's going to be bounce 1. So let me go through these one at a time and explain. Large caliber is going to be exactly the ability of sharpshooter. I'm just sort of taking that term again from BTD6. It means that the shot basically does double damage and penetrates through more layers of the balloons. So that will be the first shot of Wizard will be doing double damage. They'll be doing, instead of 20, it'll go up to 40. This is a nice keyword we could apply. Sharpshooter would literally just say ammo 3 large caliber. It would literally say the exact same thing, which means the first shot gets double damage. The second, I also really want to add on to large caliber how, unlike bounce, this would scale way too quickly. Like if you'd add 20 damage to Wizard, all of a sudden large caliber is doing 40, 80 damage. So you definitely have to make the, again, flavored the text when you click on your large caliber, when you hover over it, that it's not affected by increased power. And it's really nice to have that text sort of not on the card because it makes it too stuffy. You rather want that to be in the text when you hover over the keywords. That would just be a really good place to do it so the cards don't get too cluttered. I like having just simple text, easy to read. And if you have any questions, you go into the keywords after. So ammo 2 is going to be burn 10. This is going to be very similar to the ability of Gwen, the active ability that does. Gwen has burn 30, it does 30 damage every turn. This would be a sort of mini version of Gwen, that it's going to be doing 10 damage per turn. Now, the burn keyword, I feel like really very badly needs to be reworded. After testing it in the beta, the time that burn affects the balloon that is on fire is before it attacks, or like sort of before when it goes from a 2 tick to a 1 tick, or a 1 tick to a 0 tick during that time. So the burn keyword would have to, instead of just, on Gwen's ability, it just said, it takes 30 damage per turn. So I think it really would be important to explain exactly which part of the turn that happens. So you're going to, it would just say, it would either, the text could be of burn would be target balloon receives damage before it delay ticks. I know that's a weird terminology that I'm just making up, but when it ticks down, as opposed to if you play quick ready, it's not going to take burn damage. That's why I'm not saying whenever the delay is reduced, but when it delay ticks or when it attacks, those would be the times it's taking the burn damage. Something that could just simplify burn and Gwen in general would be the idea of just making burn happen at the beginning of the owner of the balloon's turn. It would change the way it works. Right now, if Gwen burns a balloon and it has, let's say, 30 health, it's not going to pop instantly. The opponent, the owner of the balloon, will get a chance to maybe add some stats to that balloon in order that it won't pop completely. So this really would be a little bit of a buff to burn if you made it happen at the start of their turn, which wouldn't give them an opportunity to play cards, that would affect the burned balloon during their turn if it had 30 or less health. But I think just as a quality of life change, since the fact the burn happens after your turn, right before the balloons attack or when they tick down, it's just a little confusing. And I could definitely see quality of life again. Burn would just do the damage right at the beginning of the owner of the burn balloon's turn. It just kind of makes sense and would be so much easier for beginner players to sort of just pick up on exactly when it's going to happen. I know I was very confused at first with the burn. I didn't understand exactly which part of the turn it was happening. Is it happening on both players' turns? So just the beginning of that owner's turn, I think, could be a rework for burn, which would make it a little better. The cool thing about Wizard is that this could end up, because of the burn ability, it could end up being a staple in Gwen decks. I have here highlighted on the screen the third ability, the ultimate ability of Gwen, which says that any balloon that's on fire that has that burn attribute is going to take 200 damage when Gwen actually spends, the big 20 plutonium and does this ability. So Wizard really would heavily synergize with Gwen. I don't think it would be too overpowered since, again, he has a 2 delay. So he's really going to be able to add burn to 1 balloon every 2 turns. I don't think that's going to be too overpowered. I do think that this could end up being a really nice little synergy to make a burn synergy, a burn deck. I think that's very balanced. In terms of how much damage now the Wizard Garg is doing, the Wizard Monkey is doing, let me explain the third ability, which is just going to be, you probably already know, Ammo 1 is going to be bounce 1. So it's going to do 20 damage to the first, to the targeted balloon, and then 10 to the after, since bounce, of course, is the same as glaive ricochet. Every time it bounces, it halves, and it's applied to the next balloon. So let's add up the damage that the Wizard is doing. So large calibers first is doing 40, and then the burn 10, we'll count that as 30, so it's doing 70, and then bounce 1, it's basically doing another 30. So it's doing like 100 damage every time you attack on a 2 reload. So it's basically doing 50 damage for a 5 cost card, maybe a little bit more if you can either add a, attack to it and get the bounce going up a little bit, or if the burn is applied, over the course of a few turns, it'll end up doing a little more. I think this is very good, balanced at 5. I like also starting monkeys not to really be, except for Super Monkey, maybe, not to cost more than 5. So I think this is actually really sort of good in terms of the actual amount of damage that it's doing, and would have a really, really fun and good place in the game. Anyway, guys, those are the 6 suggestions I have for cards, along with a lot of other keywords and, you know, mechanics and things I could really think that will improve the quality of life of players just trying to read the cards and really understand what they do. I will officially submit these to the Ninja Kiwi Discord after I publish this to YouTube, so you can always publish, if you have card ideas, you can always publish them there. If not, if you have any other ideas or you think that any of these cards are not balanced or should have a different ability, of course, let me know in the comment section below. I will be reading again the comment section of this one to see if there are any more great ideas that come out of it, and who knows, maybe I'll make another video here if I see anything inspiring. Anyway, guys, if you want to keep up with the Bloons Card Storm news, especially when this public beta with the deck building is going to come out, make sure to subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. This is Fry. Yes. Okay, so the devs didn't specifically ask me to do this. They sort of made a card suggestion channel in the Ninja Kiwi Discord. So I sort of took that as an invitation to make this video. Obviously, they probably already have a plan for Wizard and for Engineer, you know what I mean? So I don't have any hard expectations of any of these, you know, actually being included in the game, but I think I put a lot of thought into this, and I think these ideas are pretty good. Will you react to the second balance change of PvZ Heroes? When someone records footage of an actual data mine, video, not photoshopped images, okay? You actually found any new developments of new PvZ Heroes updates, I'll react to that video. But so far, all I've seen is images that were photoshopped based on hearsay, based on rumors. So I'm not going to do a reaction to that. I asked some guys in the Discord and they said they hated the camo balloon idea. Hey, I'm throwing it out there, man. Ricochet should replace bounce, since bounce could be a keyword for bouncing a monkey. Okay, maybe the word ricochet. Yep, maybe bounce would be different. I think they already have return a monkey to its owner ham. I think we have return here. Let me look up return to sender real quick. Return to sender says, I think like return to hand, returns a balloon or monkey to the owner's hand. I like that. I don't know if that has to be a keyword. Bounce it is a keyword in PvZ Heroes that means that. I don't think that has to be applied to Bloons Card Storm. They locked down the server. Yeah, I'm not making videos based on rumors. I'll do exactly what I did with Flower Man. Record some footage from a real actual footage of something you found on a real actual server, and I'll react to it. I'm not doing rumors. I'm not doing it. I know a lot of people are asking me about this and want me to react to it, and that's my reaction. It's not a YouTube video. I wait till there's evidence. I don't jump to conclusions. Try not to. Do you play Bloons off stream? So recently, it's nice, the community manager actually sent me a copy of the game because she really wanted me to get into Bloons. And I really have been playing BTD6 like recently, just the last week. I've been grinding it. I've been really enjoying it. I mean, I played a little in the past. I never really got into it, but I think now that, first of all, I'm part of the community, and I have the context of Bloons Card Storm, and I kind of like just understand the characters. You know what I mean? I understand who Gwen and who Quincy is, and you know who the snipers are, and what Super Monkey is. Like, I just have more context. It really does make me appreciate the BTD6 game a lot more, and I've been really enjoying. Genuinely, I've been really having a lot of fun with it, and I love Engineers. That's why I started the video with Engineer. Engineers and so on. Engineers and snipers, I seem like very well-rounded, two very well-rounded classes in that game. I love Engineers. Can you put these guys in the field and just your whole field is full? It's so much fun. Yeah, man. I was tempted to, as a joke, put the engineer from Team Fortress instead of the engineer monkey, but this card looks so good. I know obviously they're gonna make new art for Bloons Card Storm, but look how nice that card looks, man. I mean, that's beautiful. That's, you know. The sentries are cool. I know this is controversial, making Sentry Gun into a power rather than a balloon, rather than a monkey, because it acts more like a monkey. But on the other hand, it is temporary. Like, even in BTD6, Sentry Gun is on the board for a limited amount of time. I feel like, if anything, that does still fit more with the power cards in the game rather than with a monkey that's on the board forever, you know? That's my take on it, though. I think having more wizards have more, but, you know, obviously the wizard, the...
So what Fentanyl does in almost all of her songs is use like rave stabs. I'm using pitched them down, important sampled.
the second path of Wizard Monkey, you know, having more burn down that path of cards that are specifically like, I like the base Wizard being a bag of tricks, and then when you start getting into the other ones, and you know, like more advanced, then they'll specify, and you'll have just a big one that's literally just like, you can have one that just applies burn 10. I don't know, maybe that would be too OP with Gwen, but basically every single attack, you know, every single turn can like set a balloon on fire. Like for an expensive card, it would have to be like an 8-9 cost card just to make Gwen's ultimate not too strong. So that would have to be the consideration. I would love to see that, you know, the Phoenix Wizard or whatever it's going to be called, you know, base Wizard. Isn't that strong? I think this is balanced. I really think this is in line. Again, they're giving us like 35 damage for like 4 cost cards. This is about 50 damage for 5 costs if you just, you know, add up the damage. But it's fun. This is like boom. Each of the shots of coming out of Wizard could be a different animation. They can make just, it doesn't have to be anything too fancy, just a little icon, you know, and then you have the generic burn animation that will, you know, it'll apply to things, or the bounce, you know, it'll just like be a smaller one that just kind of ricochets over to the other one. This is fun. This is a really, really good idea. Just straight out of YouTube. I don't remember what the stats he suggested. I did the stats myself just to really try to make this balance. I think the 2 reload also, it makes so much sense with the burn and with everything. But anyway. Yeah, if you think like Super Monkey's doing 75 per turn at a 7 cost, I think they really don't want the monkeys too strong or else the games go too long. So I think like 7 doing 75, 5 doing 50. It sounds about right to me. And it's also not a guaranteed 50 because, you know, the bounce might not have a target for the bounce. So it might end up being a little bit less. It might end up being more because of the burn. Those two basically balance each other out, you know? Anyway, guys. I really erred on the side of caution of making monkeys underpowered. I think it's really smart. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I really think, again, for the games to actually progress, and because monkeys keep on getting value, keep on reloading, I think you really got to think of monkeys being, they have to be weak. Also, Engineer, I was messing around with the 2 cost version. It didn't make sense if it's drawing you this card every turn. I think this has to cost 3. And yeah, Sentry Gun 1 for 30. It seems about right. Seems in line with powers, especially because it's a little weak, but it's also a conjured card. It's a free card, so I like it. Anyway, guys, Sun God Monkey. You know what? I haven't messed around with Sun God yet in BTD 6. I'm still grinding. It's grinding, just, you know, just the basic. I've just been doing the easy maps. Trying to do only one. I like trying to only use one, basically tower type. Or maybe a second one as a support, but basically just use all engineers or all snipers. So when I get up to Sun God, start messing around with Super Monkey, I'll definitely have some idea there. Sun God, the fact that it's discarding cards from your hand, you know what? Sun Temple could be a good discard. Like Engineer would be synergetic with it. You gotta get cards in your hand just to burn. Like every time, like I don't know exactly what it would be, but how it would work in the card game, I'd have to think about it. But it would be burning cards in your hand. That would be the sacrifice. This would set that up perfectly. Don't underestimate Moab glue. I don't know what that means. All right, guys, I gotta go. I gotta run. What is it? 7:45. I have to literally run out the door. I will see you guys. I'll see you guys around. That'll go on YouTube. Fry and ICEP collab. Maybe someday when the game actually comes out, we'll play this together. That would be fun. All right. Good stuff. See you tomorrow. All right, let's just let's just do this, guys. Yeah, we had like 1,700 for the PVZ one. See how many we get for the the Bloons card store. Just recording this live. This is not going to be a long video. Let's get right into it, though. Looks like we is good to go. Let's just start. What's going on, everybody? It's Fry. So today I'm going to be going over some of the balance changes that the Bloons Card Storms devs have already introduced into the game. They say that these are going to be some balance changes when the game is released, and even just in the upcoming open beta that will be open for the public. So we're really looking forward to that. And let's go and take, the devs have been taking some feedback from the community, the people that participated in the pre-alpha, and have been making the adjustments based on that, also based on the data that they got in terms of win rates and stuff like this. They are looking for some more feedback in terms of, were these nerfs or buffs good, the balance changes that they made, were they enough? And so let me know in the comment section below, of course, what you think in terms of, are these balance changes correct? So the first one, of course, is going to be Banana Farm. This was the most unbalanced card in the pre-alpha. So they went the route that I sort of did not want to see. The originally cost 3 and was going to give you 2 gold every turn. Now they just made it cost 1 more, 4, giving 2 gold per turn. I don't think this is going to necessarily take care of the problem of Banana Farm, just because, it's not a close, it's not like right when you play Banana Farm, it's giving you too much immediate value. The problem that we saw with Banana Farm is, as the game progresses, you're playing a control deck and you're just gaining 2 gold every single turn. More than your opponent. It just ends up scaling out of control, especially because gold in Bloons Card Storm stacks. So just making this cost 1 more, it doesn't really change the turn you're able to play it. You're making 2 gold on your first turn, and then you're going to be making 3 gold the next turn. So, it really didn't change the fact that you can still play this on turn 2 and get 2 gold. It's just a 1 gold difference. The only difference this would make is making an early Banana Farm development a little bit more susceptible to, let's say, aggro decks that's putting a lot of pressure and really spending their gold efficiently every single turn, putting Bloons on the board. You're going to have 1 less gold to, establish your other defensive monkeys and actually deal with them. I don't think this is going to make a big difference. I was thinking that if you wanted to give 2 gold per turn, it should at least cost 5. Maybe 6 would probably be too much, but like 5, because then at least you're 2 gold now behind of your, it's just taking away even more resources in order to deal with the opponents, and hopefully that'll open up a path for aggro decks to take advantage of Banana Farm. Really, what I think this should be, though, is keep the cost at 3 and just make it 1 gold per turn. That way it can be developed early, it can give you a little advantage, but it's not just, when the game's going to turn 10, that you're just completely overwhelming your opponent with the amount of gold that you're able to spend and just drawing cards. I really think I'd like to see this either at 3-1 or at 5-2. 4-2, I don't think it's going to make enough of a difference in the late games. All right, let's move on to Sniper Monkey. So they took some of these defensive early-ish game monkeys and gave them pretty strong buffs. This one went up that has a 2 reload, costs 3, went up from 50 damage to 70 damage. That's a very significant buff. So you think about this doing about 35 damage on average per turn. It's a little bit interesting because, first of all, some of this damage can get wasted since it's a single target. You have to do 70 all to 1 balloon. If they only have a 50 on the board, that's 20 damage going to waste. I guess, though, that single target is probably better than AoE, than, splash damage. And we'll see that coming up with Boomerang Monkey in just a bit, because if they do have just 1 balloon on the board, so you want it to be single target, you want that to be a big shot to be able to take out that big, porcelain balloon or wherever they have. As opposed to an AoE, a lot of the damage would be wasted unless they have several balloons on the board. Do I think this is strong enough? Getting down to about 35 per turn plus an initial, 70 shot right when it's played. I think this is getting close to where it should be. I probably would like to see this be more like 75. Just because if you think of Dart Monkey, which costs 1 less, is also doing 70 damage every 2 turns. I know that it has a disadvantage of not being able to shoot every single time it reloads, because in order to do the 70 damage, it needs to wait for the balloons to be incoming. Speaking about the tack shooter, I mean, tack shooter will have, again, 2 shots of 35 against incoming balloons, but also has the advantage of being anti-pink balloons and having that defensive ability. Probably is more of an advantage than a disadvantage at the end of the day, just because of how the game plays. I probably want to see this doing just because of the 3 cost doing a drop more. I think like 75, I'd be super happy with this, but this is pretty good. Definitely a huge improvement over the 50 damage it was doing. All right, Super Monkey. Everyone was complaining how underpowered this was. It used to do 60 damage and have a reload of 4, so 3 shots of 60. Now it's doing 3 shots of 75, so really a very significant buff. It's going to be doing 45 more damage. And then its reload speed is being decreased by 25% from 4 to 3. So having the 4 reload speed was a little bit ridiculous, because it was almost impossible for it to actually reload and even use it one more time. So I feel like 3 makes sense. I don't think that this is enough different still from the sharpshooter that costs 1 more and basically does essentially 2 shots of 100. It does 80, 40, 40. So now this costs 8, and it does, instead of 80, 40, 40, it does 75, 75, 75, and then a little bit longer reload. I mean, I guess the longer reload and higher damage does differentiate it. It's also a little bit cheaper. Just doing 75 on average per turn. The other sharpshooter will be doing 80 per turn, if you're just thinking of it like that. Sharpshooter being faster, this having longer reload speed. I really would like to see this be very, very different. You know, it's something I didn't mention, and I'm catching up with some of the Bloons lore and how Super Monkey even performed in other games. I really would like to see this as just an upgraded dart shooter. I think that would make sense. I think it would be very cool to have an 8-cost monkey that does this huge shot of 75 just 1 time every single turn. That's just able to bam, 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 sort of like being an upgraded dart monkey. And that would really differentiate it from, you know, sharpshooter, in which has like a longer reload speed. This would be more of a rapid fire. Even if it was doing 70 damage, you know, every single turn, that could be pretty significant and a very strong defensive piece that you can't take advantage of, because it is attacking every single turn. It just seems like a complete rework of the mentality of Super Monkey would make a little more sense. All right, they also went to Crossbow Monkey, which was probably the worst monkey in the pre-alpha. It used to cost 5 and do 2 shots of 30 every 2 turns, so it was averaging 30 damage for a 5 cost, which was just ridiculous when you compared it to other monkeys that are even a lot cheaper. This one now, okay, so it costs 4, and its damage was buffed to 35. So again, it's 2 shots of 35 every 2 turns. So it's still going to be average. If I'm doing my math correct, it's still going to be 70 every 2 turns, so it's going to be 35 per turn at 4. I just think that, like, Sniper Monkey's also 35 per turn. The fact that it has 2 shots that you can differentiate, okay, so you can put both of them into one, or you can kind of turn it into an AoE card and spray 2 different cards. I don't think that's ever going to justify the extra cost. And it's also just not different enough from Sniper Monkey. It's so similar. The fact that you can just split that 70 damage into 2. I'd love to see this stay at 5, since I haven't seen it. I mean, I guess there's going to be other defensive monkeys, but at least for the monkeys we've seen now, I'd like to see this at 5 and just get a ton of damage. Just get a lot, and that'll be sort of like a mix. You'll have options. It's not quite Super Monkey and Sharpshooter, but it's not going to be like some of, it's just too similar right now to Sniper Monkey to really have a good differentiation. Want to see more variety. Next, we got Boomerang. So Boomerang was probably a bit overpowered in the pre-alpha. It used to do 2 shots of 15 plus 15 per turn. So think of it as a 3-cost card doing doing 30 plus they're doing 60 per turn for a 3-cost card, which if you just compare the 60 per turn to everything else, this was a very, very strong card. So they reduced it now it's doing 25 plus 15, which is 40 and only getting one shot. So it went from 60 per turn to 40 per turn. This is a really, really huge nerf. Is 40 per turn about the right amount that you want this to be doing for a 3-cost card? This was doing 35 at a single target. It's doing 40. I guess this sort of makes sense. It feels like this is basically where the balance lies in Boomerang.
Nerf clock zombie.
All right, here's probably the most interesting one on the list, is that this is a complete rework of Golden Balloon. This used to be only when it was completely popped do you gain, 3 gold. Now it's whenever it takes damage, you're just going to be gaining 1 gold. So playing this for 2 and even getting 1 back, for a 70 with a 2 reload is pretty good. The fact it stays on the board for a couple of turns, absorbing all your opponent's AoE, their powers and stuff. I think this is good for Golden Balloon. This makes it a little bit better against opposing monkeys and a little bit worse against your own Quincy, let's say shooting the Golden Balloon and popping it. It used to be a good way to kind of like, if they weaken this a little bit, then you're able to pop it and get the 3. But on the other hand, they really just can't do anything about the Golden Balloon. They basically have to let the 70 go face unless they want to start giving you a lot of extra gold every single turn. And if they're hitting it several times again, this card ends up being just free value and absorbing the opponent's resources. I like this card design a lot better. That's not when popped. I think this also does, if I am not mistaken, fits also with Golden Balloon from past games where it's giving that gold every single time it's hit, not necessarily just when it's popped. People are saying I did the math wrong on Boomerang. If it's doing 25 and 15, it's going to do 40, not 50. 25 plus 15 is 40. Anyway. Yeah, I do like this version of Golden Balloon. I think there might even be some opportunities when you're like Quincy to like shoot this once. I think if Gwen can burn his own balloons on fire, this would actually be super synergetic, because Gwen just has to shoot one time using his first ability to burn it, and then it'll take 30, and the 30, it's like several shots on the gold balloon. So that would actually even be more efficient if you're Gwen. Anyway, I like this card, and I'm really going to be interested to see how you can really use this card to either take advantage of free damage or of the gold gaining. The one card, and that's it. And then they just said, our team continues to work super hard. We'd love to hear your feedback. So let our community give their feedback. You can either come to Reddit or just leave in the comment section below, and I'll relay it to them. The one card very strangely did not see on this list was Quick Ready, which after Banana Farm was easily the most overpowered oppressive card, being a 3-cost, make a balloon that has a 1, still has a delay, to just get rid of that delay and make it go face, especially because you can use a couple of them in a turn. Very surprised not to see Quick Ready at least get nerfed to like 4 costs. I really would like to see it at 5 costs. I feel like that would be probably the most balanced way. Anyway, a little bit changes. Let me know if you think that if there's something else that they really left out. The one that they also left out was Black Balloon, but again, they have already cleared up that Black Balloon is it was a misprint, and it will be drawing a card like Golden Balloon every single time. Sorry, it'll draw a card when it goes, not every time it's damaged, but Black Balloon will draw a card when it does go face. That was the card that I felt like needed a buff, which they've already addressed, so it's not going to be on this list. Anyway, that was all for now. I'll keep you guys informed about any more balance patches or Bloons Card Storm news, so make sure you subscribe to keep up with all that. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. This is Fry. I will possibly stream PvZ Heroes tonight. I have something right now for the next couple hours, but I'll try to come and stream some PvZ Heroes tonight. I gotta go, guys. Yeah, just a short video. Did this live for you guys, and I'll try it again to do some PvZ Heroes a little bit later. What does the chat say? Let me read the chat for a couple minutes just while I'm logging out here. Yeah, there's 2 balance videos for 2 different card games. We're doing this one here. What do you guys think? I'm reading the chat. What are your opinions? Convince me otherwise. Banana Farm should cost 5 or give 1 gold and cost 3. I agree. Yeah, this is like an answer to Boomerang. It's kind of cool. It's like an AoE answer. I like it. As opposed to before, Boomerang really answered Golden Balloon. Unless you were coming in and going to pop it at the end. That was just the strategy against this was just to weaken it down to 10 or 20 health. And then let it hit your face. But now that's not going to work anymore. This is like a really anti-AoE. I like it. Wonder if like running this in tandem with like red balloons. Like you play red balloon, you play golden. You play red, you play golden, like that. And you get all this free value because they can't AoE anything. That could actually be really, really cool. Otterbox, yeah, thanks for that deck. That was so much fun.
For trying my deck in stream. Have a great day.
Does TAC need a nerf? I think it does. I think if you're just, again, if this is the golden standard for like damage per cost, TAC definitely needs a nerf. I feel like it should just be doing, 25 on offense and 30 on defense, not 35. That just makes it be too much power compared to the other Monkus. So I'd say like take 5 damage off of the defensive power. Monkey Farm looks way too strong still, I agree. Yeah, I didn't see anything for the balloons themselves. I don't feel like the balloons' power themselves were the balloons seemed pretty balanced. It seemed like the monkeys were the ones that were really lacking. So I'm not surprised. The powers, Quick Ready was Quick Ready for me. Even Firestorm I didn't mind. It's a little OP, but it was just Quick Ready was the card they left off here. But anyway. Yeah, I'll try to come on later tonight, maybe around 8:30 my time, Eastern time, and stream some PvZ Heroes. I was sick today. I'm just feeling a little better now, and I have somewhere I have to run now, so. Alright guys, that's gonna be all. I'll see you hopefully tonight for PvZ Heroes, if not tomorrow. More shenanigans. That was pretty hilarious then, not gonna lie. Alright, let's get this cursor out of here. Can I put this into like viewing mode so it's not a cursor all the time? I have to how do you go into hold on. How do you go into like your mode? Viewing. Here we go. Alright, now we're in view mode. Alright, now it's gonna be fine. I'll make the chat a look anyway. There we go. Alright guys, so we're just gonna begin. We're gonna be going through all the plants first, and then we're gonna be going through the zombies. So we're just gonna go in order of the classes here. First we got Guardian Galactic Cactus, as you can see on the screen here. It's a 2/2. It's going to be nerfed to 2/1. So very, very powerful card. The fact that it's going to be a little bit easier to deal with, I guess, is a slight nerf to Galactic Cactus. A lot of these cards, I want to maybe say something before I get in here, is that I believe most or all of these buffs and nerfs are someone in PopCap, I guess someone works there still, just looking at raw data, just looking at the win rates of each individual card when played in multiplayer in general. They do have those statistics. And again, Galactic Cactus would be getting a nerf because it had an above average win rate when people run this in a deck. Photosynthesizer also It costs 1, it's going to be nerfed to 2. It has an above average win rate. I think that's going to make some of these buffs and nerfs very good, and some of them are going to be pretty garbage. Now, here's one I think is really important and really, really meta-defining, and that's Triceratops. This has been one of the most oppressive cards in the history of PvZ Heroes. 2 costs 1, 2, I think is fine. It's still a very powerful card. First of all, you don't have Photosynthesizer anymore, which was probably the top synergy card with Triceratops. But yeah, this going down to 1, 2 means it's able to be answered by Beam Me Up, an extinction event, the turn it's played. Just makes it, just able to answer a little bit more easily in general. So I think that is a pretty good thing overall. Thank you, Raids, for subscribing for 10 months. Rads. Anyway, let's just keep going on right now. We have Spikeweed Sector. See, this is one that I don't think... There's 2 reasons why a card could have a very high win rate. One is that it's overpowered in itself, but the second is the fact that it could just be appearing in decks that are overpowered, and Spikeweed Sector is, well, I mean, the card itself is not the perpetrating cause, but it's just a card that's rarely ever run, and when it's run, it's always being put into good decks, and that makes a specific card have a high win rate. I think that's going to apply to some things. I'm not really sure what the thing with Spikeweed Sector is, because I found this less and less useful as a control card over the years, and now making this go from 2 costs to 3 costs, I mean, I don't really know exactly what this is about. All right. So let's go to the next one. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the Spikeweed Sector. The next is Marine Bean, which we have as, it starts as 3/2 stats and can grow from there to 4/3. If there's one other amphibious minion on the board, having 2 other amphibious on the board is hard to pull off. But 4/3 is still respectable stats. Now it starts as a base of 3 cost 3/3, which is very, average stats for a 3 cost card, and then it'll already be a 4/4. If you have even one more amphibious minion. There's going to be other amphibious cards that also are getting buffs. That seems to be one of the themes of this balance patch. And all right, let's continue. Primal Walnut, so we know, has 9 health. And they are going to be nerfing it to 8 health. By the way, there's not going to be any potential, as it says over here, any ability changes. None of the abilities of cards apparently have changed, at least from what we've seen through the data mining. It makes a lot of sense. They're not going to be, recoding cards and make them do completely different abilities. It's a lot easier just to change one of the numbers, giving a little extra health or a little more attack or something like that. All right, and then they did Smackademia. Okay, so what about Primal Walnut? What is my reaction to this? I don't see this as being an overly oppressive card, but again, it's possible that this was just run. It's not very common, but the decks that it was run in have a particularly high win rate. I think this is a perfect candidate for that. And really, honestly, is the difference between being a 0/9 and a 0/8 really going to make any difference in this card? Again, this is the change that you make also has to sort of be informed, not just from raw data, but from having some experience in the game. And in my experience, I don't think this going down from 9 health to 8 health is going to make really any difference whatsoever. I would say probably the similar thing against Macadamia, 4/4, and then it goes up to 4/6, so now it's going to be a 4/5 and go up to 4/7, so 7 health instead of 6 health. Like, the problem with Macadamia is that it just didn't do enough for a 5-cost card. 5-cost cards take over games. I don't think adding a little bit of health to Macadamia is going to really make any difference. Again, I think it's just a little bit of a lacking experience of the actual game in some of these decisions here. But anyway, let's keep on going. Puffshroom. So Puffshroom has a particularly high win rate. I totally believe that. Making it from 0 cost to 1 cost, though, is so oppressive. I mean, that's so much more than like a little stat change. That is a really, really big deal. I don't think also Little Buddy, I don't believe Little Buddy got nerfed, the other 0 cost card. So this would leave Little Buddy in the Solar class as being the only 0 cost card. I feel like this kind of just makes Puffshroom unplayable. Again, Puffshroom will have a high win rate with Pine Clone, so maybe that needs to be taken a look at with Cycle Caps, and maybe, I don't you know what, I don't know. It's Puffshroom, man. Next we got Blooming Heart. So this feels like, when I'm going to be going through the Kabloom class here, I kind of feel like directly, personally attacked, because a lot of the cards you're going to see nerfed are going to be components of the deck, the budget deck, the one I've been suggesting for Plant, budget players to be playing through the years is Aggro Solar Flare. This will go down from 2-2 to 2-1. You also are going to have a really weird card, Zapricot. I'll skip to that one now, going from 4-2 down to 4-1 stats, as you can see over here. And again, is Zapricot overpowered? I think this is a perfect example I was talking about of it. No one runs Apricot except in Aggro Solar Flare. And Aggro Solar Flare as a deck as a whole, with the Pumpkins, with the Blooming Hearts, with the Zapricots, Zapricot ends up having an extremely high win rate because no one runs it except for in a good deck. Even though Zapricot is not the problem, Zapricot's probably the weakest card in Aggro Solar Flare, but it statistically has a super high win rate. I think that's what's going on here. As opposed to Berry Blast, which is a way better card. This is one of the best cards in the game, but it might even have a lower win rate than Zapricot because everybody and their grandma runs Berry Blast. Anyway, you guys understand what I have to say. I don't have to reiterate this again. I'll reiterate it, though, when it comes up again and again in this list. Okay, so we have Blooming Heart being a 2-1. We got Hot Lava going down to 0 cost. I love this because I actually found a use for Hot Lava this past year in the deck where we do, like, Imitator Mirror Nut. We also are running the Hibernating Berries. The 0 cost Hot Lava makes a big difference because you can spam this like together with a Mirror Nut on turn 4. That's actually like, you know, again, not a super overpowered deck, but it's something. I guess this could be a nice little answer to some environment. I don't really get it. I don't think this is going to see a lot of play because it really just doesn't. The problem is that it doesn't do enough. That's the problem. The problem isn't the 1 cost versus 0. All right, so we got Invasive Species coming up next, going down from 3 cost 2-4 to a 2 cost 1-4. So 2 cost 1-4 in an environment, it'll basically be a 4-4. I think that's definitely an overall buff because, again, 3 costs, this really has not seen the light of day. It probably could be a very more useful card in environments. The problem is environments already cost 2, though. All plant environment, except for now Hot Lava, cost 2. And so when are you still going to end up really playing this on turn 3? I guess you can play this on turn 2 and then play an environment on it the next turn. Maybe that will work, and maybe that will unlock some of the plant environments being a little bit more useful. You can go like the card that gets buffed by environments, Cosmos. You can go Cosmos on 1, Invasive Species on 2, and then some kind of environment on turn 3, and that would end up being like a tempo play. I'm not really sure about this, but again, I don't see the importance of buffing Invasive Species, but I guess it has a really low low win rate. All right, what else do we got? Seedling. Okay, this one I love. This is just a quality of life change, is that it's going to go from 1 health to 2 health. So instead of dying to almost everything, now, instead of dying to literally everything, now it dies to almost everything. Like, I don't know what the difference is going to be. I guess Nibble doesn't kill it anymore. I guess you can stick this in front of a gravestone and hope it's teleportation zombie, and then, you know, this will actually block it and live. This actually could end up being a pretty decent answer to Space-Time, now that I think of it. They play Space-Time dry on turn 2, a very popular play. You play the 0-2 in front of it. It blocks Space-Time. Already got value there, and then it flips into something. Obviously, the card it changes into is very unreliable and is usually like only a 1-cost card, so since there's an abundance of 1s in the game. Again, that's the smart problem with Seedling, but they just buff the health. I could see this being 0-3. I would actually love to see that having 3 health. I think that would actually make it a somewhat balanced card. All right, here's a big one. I mean, this looks like such a big, one of the worst meme cards in the game, getting buffed so hard to the point where I think it's problematic. Sizzle goes from 5 costs to 3 costs. So now in the Kabloom class, you got 2 costs, do 3 damage, Berry Blast. Now we got Sizzle coming in at 3 costs, doing 5 damage. It's like a mini, like, fruitcake. It's like the fruitcake, the exploding fruitcake of the plant side. Really, really powerful. I mean, this will definitely see a lot of play. This is going to become a auto-include in Kabloom decks just to be able, as a control card, but also as a tempo card. It's almost like a little Shamrocket at this point. This seems very overpowered, but hey, you know what? I think the Kabloom class really, considering, you know, Guardian and Solar have really dominated the meta, and then maybe even like Smarty after that, just because of, Rose and Citron. I think really the Kabloom class has fell in grace a lot. It might even be the worst class. And if this is the kind of, needs like a little overpowered, a little something, I think this is good. And I think this could make the Kabloom class legitimately a control class. This is a lot of damage. This is like not just a medium size. This is a big boy control card. Very high value. So I kind of like that. That's cool. We also got Lava Guava, the other Kabloom control card, seeing no play at 5 is now going to cost 4. So it's kind of like a chickening. Also kind of does environment. I think this could actually be very decent at 4. And maybe we'll see a meta where Kabloom actually is a control class. Who the heck knows? We also got Poison Oak, which is, again, a very sad finisher. 4-5 going up to 5-6. So this will actually do 10 damage if you include the anti-hero, which, is half your opponent's health. I think there's cutoff there, like Poison Oak, time to shine, basically, could win a game. Something like that. I like it. I don't see why it's necessary, but I like it. And who knows? Poison Oak, I'd love to see it have the light of day. Oh, here's a good one that I did not notice. Black Eyed Pea. Extremely oppressive card, especially for Immorticia and Brainstorm and heroes who just, huge Giganticus can't deal with him. This going down from 2-3 to 2-2 is a big freaking deal. By the way, the stonks of Swashbuckler are going to go way through the roof. We have this whole debate for years if Swashbuckler is worth it, and because it runs into 2-3s and dies miserably. This is the 2-cost 2-3 on the plant side that kills Swashbuckler for free. That no longer does. It's an even trade now, and that's a pretty big deal. Again, Juggernaut, some people run, but it's not nearly as common as Black Eyed Peas. Auto-include in every single Mega Grow deck. I like this. I think 2-2, I don't think that's under... I mean, it's a little underpowered, but I think it's balanced because the ability of Black Eyed Pea is just insane. And it's really a hard counter to just so many strategies. So I really like that. We also got Podfather coming in. So Peas get a nerf, but then they get a huge buff that's going up to 2-3. And again, this will not die now to beam me up to Extinction Event. You're really going to need a significant control card to take this out. So the turn 3, this is a plant too, so the opponent's already committed a brain or two sometimes on turn 3. But the turn 3 Podfather play is actually theoretically going to be viable. It doesn't die to a Bungee Plumber now, This really does, the difference between 2 and 3 health in this game is enormous, especially for a plant. For an expensive plant, for a 3-cost plant. That's expensive, I know. All right, so we got Cosmic P. Oh, here we go. Ohio P. One of the worst cards in PvZ Heroes is going from 3-cost 1-1 to 4-cost 2-2. So it's basically a 1 more expensive repeater, which would be, again, 3-cost 2-2. That's double strike, but it draws a card. Who knows? I mean, it's definitely a net buff, because it's not a 1-1 anymore, and yeah, who knows, maybe like with Podfather, and this will give you card draws, so you're able to play even more Ps. I don't think this is, no, it's not good, but it's better. I'm the kind of guy who wants to make anything viable, so I feel like this is now at least within the range of viability, barely. Still not good. All right, then we got Potted Powerhouse, which again, the problems are if it doesn't end up in your starting hand, it's a goner. If you get it late, it bricks. But their solution was turn it from a 3-3 into a 4-4. Look, it's a little bit of a buff, but I don't think that's the problem with Potted Powerhouse. When you have 5-cost cards, they need to be reliable and not dead if they don't start in your starting hand. And maybe making this scale a little bit faster would, making it a 2-2 and make it scale faster. I think that probably would be the more, even make it a 1-1 and make it gain 2-2 every single time. I feel like that would be better than just adding some base stats, but I guess it's technically a little more reliable just to be a 5-5-5. It just needs to see 1 grow on the board. Okay, then we got Bamboozle, useless card being a 6-cost card draw card at 5-6. So the solution again is now 6-6. That's not going to make a difference for an expensive card in PvZ Heroes, period. I can't see this ever seeing play still, but who knows? We got Super Fat Beats going from 3-3 to 4-4 now. It's still going to have the same abilities. So again, it's a big card that doesn't have any abilities, doesn't take over games, and now it's slightly bigger, just slightly. Not a huge buff there, but anyway. All right, here's one that adding a little health really makes a big difference. Going to the Smarty class, we got Laser Cattail, one of the many amphibious cards getting buffed here. And this going from 2-1 to 2-2 is a big deal. Because that means if this is buffed even one time, it's a 3-3, which is great stat. 3-2 is not a great stats for a 2-cost card. 3-3 is. So this, again, contingent on getting one other card teamed up with, ends up having great stats. It also means the 2-1 version of the Cattail, before it gets its buff, doesn't die to nibble and just everything, you know, a little barrel splash. I like this. I think this is a pretty good way to balance this card. I think this could actually, you know, be again, it's amazing, maybe not, but viable. I love that. Electric Reed, one of the absolute lightning read, I mean, one of the worst cards ever in PvZ Heroes, going from 1-2 stats to 2-2. So now it's at least a 2-2-2, so it's not like just pinging your opponent's block meter endlessly and giving them free block charge. At least it's doing some damage. It's also doing splash, so it's kind of, think of it, if it's hitting one thing, it's kind of like a 3-2. It's almost like Rotobega now, in terms of the overall effects of the damage. It's still doing splash damage 1, though. It's hard to imagine running this card, but hey, maybe in an amphibious deck. Maybe an amphibious deck. Maybe this will actually see some play now. Moving right along, Mayflower. A very fun card, but very sad stats. At 3-cost 2-3 is now going to be 2-4. That's a pretty big difference. I mean, again, it's just a lot harder to deal with now, and it being able to stay in the amphibious lane and infinitely draw you cards, it could be that will really work out for Mayflower. I think that's actually a pretty good buff, since, again, this is usually going to be something answered by Trick, so that little extra health will make it survive a lot of different trick combo cutoffs in terms of doing 3 or 4 damage. All right, this one is perplexing. And this one, I think, is the biggest proof to my entire theory of how these nerfs and buffs came about. Bean Counter. This card at 2-2, nobody runs Bean Counter. It sucks. I've tried doing ramp to Bean Counter. We've tried running this in Onion Rings decks in order to get the 2 little weenie beanies buffed. And then, I mean, it's not good at 2-2, and they're nerfing this to 1-1. I mean, this is just, but again, Bean Counter probably, since no one runs it, probably does have a very high win rate relative to other cards, because the only people running it have some clever idea up their sleeve, like the few times we have run Bean Counter in the past, and we get these 70% win rates, and all of a sudden this card is overpowered. This has to be the explanation. Why would this get nerfed? This needs a buff. I could see this going up to 4-cost 3-3. Or giving a 3rd weenie beanie or something. Or getting just down to 3-cost 2-2. I think that would actually be probably really good for Bean Counter 3-cost 2-2. But anyway, we're living in the universe, in the alternate reality where Bean Counter is overpowered and it's getting nerfed from 2-2 to 1-1. I don't know. That's my explanation for it. And for all this, we got Cartillery going from 5-2 to 5-3. I kind of like that. Is this a viable aggro card now? I think it might be. 5-3, I mean, like, Elderberry is 5-4. I know it's strike through, so it's not a perfect comparison. But this is team up, and it also doesn't require an upgrade. 5-3, they get difference between 2 and 3 health, and things that are going to be answered by tricks is a big freaking deal. I think this could actually see some play. I'm excited for that. Ooh, Navy Bean now. Going from base of 2-2 to base of 3-3. So this is already a 4-cost, 4-4 amphibious team-up Bean. I mean, that's like good, and then it's also buffing all your other amphibious plants. This is a huge buff, especially because, again, this is one of the only cards with amphibious synergy. The fact that this really packs a punch, being a 4-cost 4-4, which is good stats for a 4-coster. I like it, man. After it's buff, it's a 3-3, it buffs itself to 4-4. Love it. Then we got Melon Pulse, also a very sad card, going from 3-4 to 3-5. This I don't see as being a very big difference, because again, the difference between 2 and 3 health is huge. The difference between a 3-3 and a 4-4 is massive. The difference between a 3-4 and a 3-5, I don't see it, man. I don't see this really making any difference for sad old Melon Pulse. All right, here's a nerf that was long time discussed and long time coming. Extremely oppressive card, overstated on the plant side. Is Haunted Pumpkin, going from 4-2 down to 4-1. So now, again, it's not only high risk in conjuring your opponent a card, but also It's gonna be answered by Nibble and Trapper territory and a splash of a barrel, a Z-Mech, like Z-Mech Super. Now the passive ability splash will kill Haunted Pumpkin. This is a huge nerf. Probably deserved though, because the 4-2 is really overpowered for one cost card. And again, I think this is just part of the aggro solar flare performs well across every single rank, like literally from rank 10 all the way up to rank 50. And I'm guessing that's what happened. Applesauce, oh my god, yeah. Aggro Solar Flare is not even going to be a deck anymore. 3-2 to 3-1, just making a really easily answerable card. Here's a really neat one that I love. This is going to be Magnifying Grass, going up from 1 health to 2 health, same ability. We have found some uses for this. I really love the decks where we ramp up to, Chomzilla and do Magnifying Grass with either Plant Food or Espresso Fiesta. The 2 health makes a difference because it doesn't automatically die when you play it on the field, and there are some opportunities where you really want to play a Magnifying Grass somewhere, and, having that extra health will definitely keep it alive a little bit more. Love that. Here's Venus Flytrap. Ooh. See, I didn't go through this list. So you're seeing a lot of these. I've seen a lot of these are my live reaction. I did not see this one. Venus Flytrap going from 2-2, which is very sad stats, to 3-1, which is pretty bad stats for a 3-cost card, but that means now it's healing for 3. This is a not only more healing, it means it's going to be doing, like, with Plant Food now, could be a card after Venus Flytrap Planet. Just trying to think how this would play out, but it's also not going to be losing. 2-2s lose trades. 3-1s even trade with a lot, with 1, 2, or 3 cost cards in this game. So I like this. This could actually end up being a viable card. So again, it's still not great. It's definitely not as good as Catch a Mechanic. Not even close, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe this can end up seeing some play. Oh, here's Elderberry getting hit. It's going from 2-4 to 2-3. So now when this is upgraded, wow, it's only going to have 3 health. This is... The difference between 3 and 4, again, it's not a massive nerf. It's not going to make the big difference. It's significant. It just makes this card easier to deal with. A little easier. Not massively easier. So will then now be a 5-3 instead of a 5-4. It's basically Astrocado now. When you upgrade, it'll be a 5-3, the same stats. It's something. Elderberry's a really good card. I'm not surprised to see it has a big win rate. Okay, this one makes a difference, though. Cob Cannon going from a 6-6 to a 4-6. Huge nerf, just in terms of its power. Cob Cannon, even the 4-6 version, I think, is still a really, really big card because, again, it destroys zombies for free as long as you have team-ups available. It has the passive 1-1, but at least now you're not getting this late game takeover, like, finisher monster. Like, this is going to be a removal card, a counter to a lot of things, but at least it shouldn't have insane stats in terms of its damage, too. I love this. I could have even seen a bigger nerf, but I like a nice hefty nerf to a late game card that, again, is one of the most oppressive cards in PvZ Heroes. It just does way too much for a 6-cost card. Now it's understated. There's a big liability of having Cop Cannon now in your deck as your removal card. Because before, even if you didn't get the team up, it's still a 6-cost 6-6 with a great passive ability. Having a 6-cost 4-6 when you're playing against a control deck, when you don't have your team up, you don't have a good option, something really to counter with it. Having a 6-cost 4-6 in your deck is a liability, and I like the fact that it is a liability somewhat instead of being automatic value. Here's Cat Lady now. We're going over to the zombie side with the Beastly class. Cat Lady going from 4 health to 5 health. There's a lot of pet cards getting buffed here, which is cool. Again, we only really had success with his OTK Cat Lady, but at 5 health, man, I mean, that is really, for a 1-cost card, really difficult to deal with. Who knows? Maybe this, and I'll skip one Synchronized Swimmer for a second and go to Zookeeper. This
Real quick before anything starts, this is a special day, bro. Because thanks to Opera GX, this. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Real quick before anything starts, this is a
Yeah, and hot.
So yesterday, it was originally featured in that. So yesterday, PopCap dropped a new monthly devlog article. I mean, I say.
did wrong there. We're probably just gonna lose here. Gotta roll high. Even then, I don't know what we do next turn. Deal. Okay. Something. It's not even enough though. We're probably just gonna lose here. It's not even enough though. Yeah.